Yo, yes, test successful. I don't know how to clear that actually. Maybe I can. No, I can clear it from the on-screen chat here, I guess. I hope my microphone's working. Yeah, it is. This new microphone's been doing some crazy stuff where it does like chipmunk voices and gets lots of interference. But I think I figured it out with the refresh rate or whatever it is, baud rate settings. Hey Pete, how's it going? Cool. We got Twitch working. We've got YouTube working. Oh God, I'm knackered. You hit go on the stream and then you start running around thinking I better make a coffee. Um, lag really. Let me test that out. Lag really. Let me test that out. Oh yeah, there is a little bit of lag. Oh yeah, there is a little bit of lag. Oh yeah, there is a little bit of lag. We might have to live with that. Let me have a look on YouTube, see how that's looking. Let me have a look on YouTube, see how that's looking. Let me have a look on YouTube, see how that's looking. Oh yeah. I don't know what to do about that, to be honest. Oh well. I mean, for most part, hopefully you're not going to have to look at me, and I'll just be tinkering with stuff. But how's it going? It's a good day to be inside. I think I've noticed it started raining a second ago. I wonder how you would address that? I have no idea. Um, if the video is behind, that means the audio's leading. Video is behind the audio. You would need to delay the audio a little bit, right? I don't know how to do that. That might be a job for another day. Why don't I do a quick Google, hey? Hi Ken, how's it going, Ken? Nice to see you. Thanks for dropping in. Twitch stream. Slight lag between audio and video while streaming. Manually add a delay to your faster source. Advanced audio properties. I am asking, well, I asked Gemini. I've been living off Gemini recently. Okay. I'm in audio. We have some music on. Let's have some music on. I don't want AI viewers. Go away, bot. I have the power. Wait, I have the power. Here we go. Yes, he's gone. How dare you? Okay. So it is apparently possible. Hang on, the audio's double taking. I don't want that. I'll turn it down a bit. It is apparently possible to delay the audio. I can locate my audio device in the advanced audio options, and I can do a deliberate delay, apparently. Although, to be honest, I'm not seeing that. Where is advanced audio properties in OBS? Hey Ian, thanks for joining. Yeah, I was messing around a little bit, I think, which is where the echo was coming from. Ah, here we are. I can put a sync offset on the mic. Oh. Should we try it? There's 100 milliseconds. What's that doing? Hang on. What's that doing? Hang on. It seems to be like noise filtering out some of them. I think that's a little bit better, isn't it? I'll stick with that. I'll try not to cause any more echoing or anything like that. So hopefully everything's alright now. You might notice we have a much better camera up on the arm. That was the one I was using for my over-the-shoulder shots, and I realised that's a fairly redundant shot, so it's much better as a webcam. We don't have our neon lights on, hang on. Hello. That's better, isn't it? We've had some upgrades as well in Twitch. Twitch, in its infinite kindness, has given us emotes, even though we're a small channel. I don't know how I can send a chat into Twitch without joining the stream. Maybe I can join it myself. Oh yeah, here I am. And here's the chat. Okay, I'm going to spam all of the emotes that I've been making. Copyright infringement pending. This took me ages. Okay, here we go. So there, a lot of those are accessible already on the Twitch chat, which is fun. You can do it. So it's awarded me the prefix happy li3, which isn't very easy to say or remember. But I've made all these little animations to play with. Thanks for that. Yeah, I was going for Limmy. I don't know if you ever watch Limmy, but when I think of like a high quality stream, I think of Limmy, and he seems to have like a good mirrorless camera on his webcam view. Need to bring my. I've got my little chat window all the way over there at the electronics side of the bench, so I can't see everyone's chat from over there. You have chose to upgrade your previous workplace's servers before they get owned and stuff. Okay, fair enough. That sounds like. Is that what you're doing today for a Saturday? I don't know why, but I woke up at 4:45 this morning, and I just started feeling stressed about the minimap project for Tick Attack, because I'm not going to have much opportunity to work on that before Retrofest, and I want it working. So I've spent all morning talking to AI, coding, debugging, got to use the oscilloscope, which was nice, and I've got it not too far off, really. So I am messing around with the Stream Deck now and the video mixer, so let's do some transitions. Moving all your mail off the server. I don't know what I do with my mail at work, to be honest. I just make an archive every now and then. I sort of hope that the cloud is managing it in case I have to dig anything up. Am I only streaming to one stream on YouTube right now? I need to check that, because I have accidentally done a double stream before. Yeah, we're alright. That's good. Oh boy. You've been a Viking from 6 AM. Do you mean working? That's a long day. I feel like I've been working from 6 AM too on this code. I'm on my third coffee, although it is just from a coffee pot. Check this out. Whoa, overhead camera with transitions. Amazing. And I can come back to. Hi. Ooh. This is what the video mixer does, and you can see what projects I've been working on. So I can move this mic around with me. Okay, here we go. I'm over here now, and let me zoom this out a bit. So this is what we got. You install and set up 10 years ago. Okay, you're losing me a little bit. I'm not too hot on the old web stuff, but I think I see what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like stick it all in the cloud, and everything will be all right. So you may remember this guy. This is the interface, Arduino interface that goes into the back of the Spectrum and lets you pull things out. So this is now, I did try and use this and only this to update this screen with what I wanted. Maybe I can just reorient this. Yeah. But it took literally 10 seconds to print the picture to the screen. And that's not really good enough because a Tic Tac is a really fast game, and if this is going to show a mini-map, then that's not really going to work for us, I guess. Yeah. So that's where the Raspberry Pi comes in, and this is being the graphics card, really. So all this has to do is send whatever information this needs to do its thing over. I'm doing it over serial, not SPI, because I couldn't get the timing right between them. It was dead flaky, but just dumb serial. It doesn't really have any timing requirements. And then the Raspberry Pi has a database on there which has kind of the map, the Tic Tac map, mapped in like an array of elements. And it draws the mini-map. The original idea was that this would literally show... Hey Alan, I'm just talking about the mini-map. The original idea was that this would show the actual rooms as you see them on the screen, but even with the Raspberry Pi, to load that information off the SD card and print it to the screen is way too slow. So, and I also realized that, can you think of any games where the mini-map is just a small version of what you're seeing on the screen? It's not really how it works. So we're gonna have a kind of representation of the map on here rather than the actual map itself copy-pasted, if that makes sense. You'll see in a second if it works. So maybe I can try and power up and see how glitchy we get. I also haven't tried this yet without a PC in the mix, so hang on a minute. Using my special buttons down here, we can have there's the screen. What might be better though is maybe if it's focused on the... Sorry, it's focused on the wrong thing. Maybe we can have... how are we going to do this? I'll zoom this in so we can see what the mini-map's doing over here. I'll move the pip down there. I'll turn these off. I'm not an expert either, which is basically why I was using AI to do the heavy lifting for me. Okay, this is actually, I can't really see very well. Let's switch this to the main screen. We'll put the pip back on. And set that to there, like that. Maybe I can pop a macro lens on the overhead camera. And then we should see the screen nicely. Let's have a look. Right, macro lens coming up. Okay. I notice that Pico isn't turning on the screen. So we have a bad start. I maybe need this in the PC after all. So let's just get that plugged in. Might need to extend the USB cable. I hope it gets enough juice. Okay, screen's on. Can we focus? I hope we can. All right. So here's a mini map. Starting from room 1 of the game. And the little white dot is our character's starting position. And I can load up the game. Now you'll notice that the mini-map does represent the shapes of the room. So the first level looks like this. It's a square red room. So we have a square red room. And it draws all the doors in the right places too. The next room up is a kind of octagonal room. So it has the cut corners, and then you have these corridor rooms as well. There's not really a way to make these meet up, unless, I suppose I could, the cases where you've got a corridor to another corridor like this and there's a gap, you could expand and make, sort of artificially blow up the middle one to make the walls touch. Basically, I should be able to, and I don't know if this is going to work if I'm honest, but if I go down through here... Oh, bummer. Wait. Oh, something's gone wrong. It's not catching the room changes. Oh, and it was working so well. Okay, I don't know what's happened. That's all right. Let me scoot back over here, and I can have a look at... I can probably read the shell from the Pico, see what it's reporting back. I'll stop it running. Okay, yeah, now it's running. Now it's running its main script and I can see the shell output. So why has it stopped working? Annoyingly, it's a bit slow to test this. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Alan. That's the next step. That's the next step. But I just wanted to get the rooms working for now, because it's been really painful getting this far. All right. It looks like it's not. The Arduino isn't sending the room data. It's not picking it up. Hey, Floating Fat Man, thanks for joining. We're just doing a bit of debugging. Yeah, Yeah, it's kind of vectors. It's just drawing them as individual elements, and it makes it very, very, very fast. So I'm just booting into the Arduino IDE as well to have a look. And I think I saved this sketch as good, transmits room to Pico. This was working 5 minutes ago. Okay, I'm just re-uploading the sketch to the Arduino, and I can hopefully monitor the serial output. Let's bring it over here. Yeah, so... Oh, look, it's worked now. You see how the dot moved? Now I'm locked in. Yes, the dot is moving. Let's go down here. Dot moves over here. Dot moves. Oh, I haven't mapped the other floors yet. Sorry, hang on. Dot moves. Go up here. And then if I go off the 3x3 grid that I've drawn, where can I do that? Down here. This way. It redraws the grid. Moves over one. See? Redraws it. Not bad, eh? Let's head up here. I'm sure we'll hit a glitch at some point. Oh, I died. Yeah, thoughts? Yeah, there'll be a better way to do it than what I've done. What I've done is I've taken the assembly and I've kind of half manually, half scripted, rearranged it into a format that I can give to AI to dump into a huge array of map data. Maybe I can show you. This might be interesting. I'm just scooting back over. Hello. So I can, if I open Thonny, maybe I can share. The window. Yeah, it's a bit small. Hang on. I'll stop the Pi from running. So it basically looks like this. All stored in one big data block. And for each room, and these are the room IDs as they're given in the code. I couldn't find a map of the original Tick Attack that had the room IDs kind of overlaid on top. Okay, here I am. Okay. Yeah, so I was doing it manually basically by looking at the elements in the room and overlaying and writing the numbers on. And I swear to God, I lost an hour maybe because room 19 was outputting the value 25 and I couldn't figure out why for ages, and I'm waiting for someone to tell me now. One of you guys will get it in 1 second, I'm sure. But yeah, what we need is a quick way of generating this. And this is going to get more complex, but essentially, I'll bring it all the way in. You've got each room ID has a grid value in X and Y. It needs to know that to draw the minimap. It has a color, which is just coded like this. Yeah, you got it, Alan. Exactly. So that was extremely stupid of me. And then it has a room shape. So S is square, always octagonal with the cut corners. V is the vertical corridor, whatever. I guess we will need caverns as well. And then these are the positions of the doors in there. So you've got 80. Oh, here's my pointer. So these are the same values which are in the assembly. So 80 gives, I think, a north orientation. There are 4 values: north, south, east, and west. And then the color is the second part in this sort of tuple, whatever this is. And I've only done the first floor, but this just basically needs to be expanded. And then the code which actually runs it, I'm not going to take any credit for, because I've basically just instructed AI to do it and worked with it for a few hours to come up with this. And it draws it while listening. Listening on the UART for some serial data from the Arduino, which is inside the which is what's monitoring the game. Yep, you get the idea. So, what have I done here? I've done something wrong. Don't want that on there. That's it. Right, lovely. So, scooting back over. What I kind of wanted to do next was tidy up the breadboards. I'm going to swap you back to a wider lens. There we go. Yeah, so I wanted to maybe see if I can get the level shifter. Are there enough pins? I hope so. 10. Oh no, there isn't. I would have liked to have got the level shifter onto the same breadboard, just for neatness sake. I don't think it's quite going to fit. Oh no, it's not going to fit by one row. I need to take this to a show in 2 weeks. I don't know, maybe the way to do it's going to be to actually solder it to some Veriboard. I guess I need to power down anyway. I don't really have a graceful order of doing this. And let's pull these out. We're screen capturing with a RetroTink, by the way. I've upgraded. I don't know if you guys have used the RetroTink before, but it seems pretty capable. Quite happy with it. Sorry, floating fat man. I think you got the impression of what we're doing with the Tic Tac. We're trying to make a live minimap without modifying the game code. Once that's going, though, it's going to be very easy to add a bit more functionality with A rumble pack for when you're taking damage. That's another thing we can do simultaneously. It should be fairly easy to do. But maybe I've got a different breadboard I can use here to get all this onto one, because I want this to be neat. 1 second. I feel like this is the exact same size. Yeah, that's the exact same size. That's not useful. This one's pretty tried and tested. I've used this a lot, this breadboard. 28. No, I need 30, I think. I need 30 rows. Hey Julian, how's it going? You've joined us in the middle of a bit of prototyping. Well, I don't know, maybe it's time to bring out a freshie. A fresh breadboard. It's going to be too big, really, but could I hacksaw it down? Maybe I could hacksaw it down once it's all in. Yeah, lovely. Ooh, fresh. So, can I do this without bollocksing everything up? That's the ultimate question. And the screen's gonna really have to be on fly leads to not be attached to this, because I want it basically glued to the screen when I'm demonstrating it. And I feel like I'm gonna need fly leads at least to the breadboard. Yeah, it's gonna have to be fly leads basically. Hey Pavel, Technocat, how's it going? Thanks for joining. You've joined us in the middle of a bit of breadboard fun, which I think is something you're interested in. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. First I'm going to take pictures, because I know what will happen. I know exactly what will happen. I think I might need to flip this level shifter I see over as well. Yeah, exactly, it's a level shifter, because this is running with 5 volts and then you got 3.3 over here. So, I remember this didn't go in very willingly, so I'll just be careful. Encouraging this out. I've got loads of these anyway, they're cheap as. And that can go right at the top. Oh, that's very reluctant. Very reluctant indeed. That doesn't want to go in. Typical. Yeah, I have seen those, and I'm wondering if I could have done this in a better way, really, than using this big one. But I was just being quite dumb and just wanted to find a biggish screen. But because of the format this screen uses, it's actually I think it's a bit slower, because it needs more bits per pixel. Oh, I really want this to go in. Am I going to break everything by forcing it? It's making some worrying noises. Oh, damn. Why would it go in? Why would these be different? Do breadboards have different spacing or like different tolerances? Because that goes in there. quite happily. I don't think so. How can I test that? Have I got one of my headers somewhere? It's just a header like this one. It does go in. To be fair, that did take a bit of encouragement. Should I just commit? Could put it in a vice. The electronics are fine with vices, aren't they? Everyone listens for cracking noises. Well, it's in. Whether or not I've broken all the connections is another question. Although I did say I wanted this in the other way around, didn't I? Problem is this level shifter, it only works one way if you're stepping down. Well, it's coming out happily enough. Okay. Hey, it goes in easy now. I've shoved a vice in. Shoved it in a vice. So that's upside down now. Which means I just need to copy the positions of these pins. You're kind of overexposed up there, aren't you? Onto here, yeah. So that is my 5 volts there. So I'll do these one at a time. And there's my VB, 5 volts. Okay, this is a pretty, there we go, snug breadboard. And then this green patch was just sending that voltage to the output enable pin. Like that. But okay, I don't really want to use fly leads here within it. Hey Jisk, thanks for joining. How's it going? Is where this comes in. Sure, everyone's got one of these. And I'm wondering if I can get a nice red jumper lead to go around. And the red ones, it might be a bit too short, let's see. Needs a bit of straightening out as well. Oh, this is going to go well actually. So that goes in there. That's not straight. Hang on. Please go in. It's in. So output enable on this is high actually, which has tripped me up. Good. I need, yeah, these need to be fly leads between the boards, between the devices and this thing here. So what we're making, this is a add-on for the ZX Spectrum. It lets you basically sniff the data bus and pull out information that you might be interesting to you in a game you're playing or something like that. And it works like an Arduino. It gives you so many output pins to play with, digital pins. And you can make add-ons for your programs or games. So this add-on we're working on is a mini-map for the game of Tick Attack. So this mini-map will be like, you know, like in a modern game you have a mini-map. And I got it working to an extent. But what I'm trying to do now is just tidy up the breadboard a little bit because it was all big fly leads, which is messy. And I had it on multiple breadboards, and I just want one breadboard in between. And now I've got, this is PF7, this is port F bit 7, which is one of the digital output pins on the Arduino. And I had that going into B1. Didn't I? I think that's right. Good job I took these pictures. Let's have a look. Yeah, that was going into B1, which meant the output was this white one. So it goes from A1 on this side where the voltage is dropped. And that will be changed to a solid wire, not one of these big long ones, in a minute when we move the Pico over. Now, this level shifter requires two voltage supplies. It requires your voltage supply on side A, if you like, and the voltage supply that you want it to level shift to on side B, or vice versa. And that would be this one. This is a 3.3 volts. Which goes there. Good. Okay, now we've got just ground connecting this now. So ground is here. And we need to jump the ground between all the devices, so everything has a shared ground. Attic attack. Oh yeah, it could be. I don't know how you're meant to say it. Alright, one breadboard out of the way, that's good. So there's only 3 wires connecting the level shifter to the Pico. And those are in... which way around do I need this now? I suppose I could flip it, because this is going to be sitting in front of a TV. It doesn't really matter. I'm less likely to make a mistake if I don't flip it. So just checking that this Pico starts from pin 1. It does. And let's try and get this out without breaking it, because oh, that's not happy. I do have backups. Okay, that's out. Hopefully without anything breaking. And I can drop this into the breadboard. Should I go right up? Oh, I didn't want my head in the way. Can I go right up? That might be a bit of a stretch to... Yeah, I'll leave one. I'll leave one. Okay, that's really, really struggling to go in. I don't really want to bring the vice in again. Look at this imprint on my thumb. damn. Do I need a vise? Hammer? Vice is one thing. This is quite nifty though, this sort of tool. Oh god. It's gone in a bit. Good job these are cheap, isn't it? This is like what they do in Malta when they cram EU plugs into UK sockets. Is anyone else wincing? Everything's gonna be fine, don't worry. Right, it's in. Right, now we need to get this breadboard out of the mix. I wish this camera wasn't so blown out. Let's have a look. Maybe I can fiddle the ISO setting. It's not on auto actually. Auto white balance, auto, auto, auto. That's a little bit better. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Use a pin header just to cram, just to widen things out a bit. Good thinking. I'll do that next time. Okay, I need to be careful here because I blew up this screen earlier. It popped and then smoke came out because because I reversed the voltage and I blew the voltage regulator on it, but I bypassed it now. So all's well. Now what am I doing here? This is the third pin down. So let's go here. 1, 2, third pin down. Yep. And this is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's in the fifth pin down. 5. Luckily, that's not a feeling I've had to encounter so far. No, I have. I've got a Raspberry Pi 5 running in a yoga studio in Alderley Edge that controls the presentation which goes around, you know, in the lobby. And I've had to go down there myself a few times when it wouldn't turn back on, which is a bit annoying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Okay, good. So now I'm going to replace everything that's within this board, this breadboard, with something a bit nicer. So let's have a look. Where is the server physically? Start with this orange one. I can kind of slip it in between here and drop it into there, hey? Yeah, happy with that. So I can pull that out. Careful not to pull everything else out with it. London, okay. Yeah, that's a bit of a commute, isn't it? Oh, that's good. Okay, now this one is A1. What size is that? Gonna have to be a red one. I don't know where these people who do these like super duper like Ben Eater breadboards get all of their different lengths of wire from that all happen to be the right length. I certainly don't have that around me. Alright, let's shove that in there. And then shove that in there. Yep, happy with that. Good. Back in 1 second, chaps. All right, where were we? Oh, thanks, Alan, for joining. Yeah, let me see those maps. That would be fantastic. Otherwise, yeah, I think I've got a few more things I can get on with it. What is Red Station and what is Rapid Switch? Are these more like clever web things? I do know the one ROM. That's really cool. And the guy who makes them makes really good videos explaining everything, which is very educational for people like me. Let's take another orange one for this. Oh, I missed. I thought to do that. Don't miss. Yeah, that's in there. And where's it going? It's going all the way. This is ground. Okay, this is ground. So let's get ground in. Very nice. Okay, that's pretty good. That's good. And the next step will be to connect the screen up. And it's a bit guff having the screen on a breadboard, I guess. But this will do for now, I think. In fact, I can turn this round now. That was the idea. Oh no, I shouldn't do that yet. I shouldn't do that yet because I want to hook this up now in the same way by sort of copying. So first of all, I think I should move these two, which is on row 29, in one. And then this is on 29, 8, 7. Move that in one too. These go in. Cute. Yeah, that's good. I don't actually have a one ROM for anything. Should get one really. Okay, now we need to hook these up with the fly leads to the screen. So, 1, 2, third from the top. These are the ones I really need to get right. So this is ground, right? And yeah, it goes there. I remember that. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from the top. And this is 3.3 volts. And that goes into the top row, so they actually swap over each other. So I can remove these now. And just double checking. So that one is ground. Goes to ground. And then the white one is 3. The white one is ground, sorry. White one is ground. And that goes to the ground pin. And then this green one is our 3.3 volts, and that goes there. And there's a little jumper here which connects a 3.3 volts to the LED pin as well, so the LED backlight switches up. The screen can be plugged directly in, it can, yeah, but because I want to display this at a show, I want the screen to be up kind of attached to the TV, which is going to be playing the game, so it's behaving like a mini map that you can see in your peripheral vision. So the screen needs to be on fly leads, it can't be hard plugged in to here. That's the idea anyway. This white one's going to be out of the system in a second. I'm just bridging some of these gaps. So if I move down to this red one, I need to do some counting now. 6, 7, 8, 9. So the 14th pin down. That's this red one, and that's going there. Good. Okay. I'm running out of fly leads. The next pin down was this brown wire. So that must be this one. Sorry, you're looking at the back of my head. And that goes there. Good. And then the next one down is this sort of ready one, which I'm very careful goes there. Good, how are we doing? Need more fly leads. Where have I put them all? Here we go. Tons of them. Okay, and then directly one down again. There's this guy. These are all basically the SPI pins to the screen. And then it misses one, and then this one. It's orange, which goes there. So now I can take, hopefully, all of these out. I need to do this without accidentally unplugging anything else. And that takes this one out. That's crazy. So there's only... Wait. There's only one signal getting level shifted. Yeah, that's right. There's only one signal getting level shifted. Oh man, if that was 5 volts... tolerant, that would be amazing. But I don't think it is. What pin is it? It's going to... Physical pin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Physical pin 7. What do you think is physical pin 7 5 volt tolerant? A question that plagues us all. Let's come back and do a bit of Googling, shall we? I can't remember why I used that. Is that required for the serial? No, it's just a GPIO. Oh, it can be used as UART communication. Which pins on the Pico are UART serial communication? Okay, so I can use pin 2 or pin 7 for UART receive. I'm using pin 7 at the minute. Is pin 7 5-volt tolerant? No. All the digital pins are 3.3 volt logic. Oh. I could simplify it with just a resistor voltage divider, couldn't I? Ah, whatever. There's not much in it, really. Let's be honest. Okay. I'm gonna leave it how it is. Scooting back over. What might be nice would be to make a ribbon cable for these ones here. All in a nice line. Going to here and then breaking off. Okay, yeah, good advice. Then this is fine, isn't it? I'm tempted to get a hacksaw on here and just cut this down for neatness, or to save space, because we're always fighting for space on the tables at these shows. So this should work, right? Right? I think this should work. Am I gonna get more magic smoke here? Let's just go for it. Bring the pit back. Got in a bit of a tangle here with these wires. Don't know why I had to re-flash them to get them to execute properly. Let's plug the Pico in first. Yep, that's come on. Hang on. So no magic smoke. That's very good. I still need to power the Arduino board. Oh, hang on a minute. I have to plug the div MMC in first. It's a good way to fry things if you don't do that. Need a big slide over here to make my power lead reach. You can still see that. Let's load the game. Oh, it's picked up a room change in the noise. That's funny. Oh man, I can't read that. Is it this one? Yeah, that's the one. Okay, we're back in room 1. That's good. I'm just going to try running left into room 19. Yeah. Now what? I'm locked in. Yeah, room 1. Let's try going down this way. Open. Okay. It's working. It's working very well. Oh, I'm dead. Nice, yeah. Minimap redrew correctly. Awesome. The controls for this game, the default controls, suck. Is that making sense the way it's moving around? I think it is. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Alright, don't touch it. I did have ideas of somehow like just sort of soldering this all up and sticking it to the back. I don't need that SD card in there. Kind of sticking it all together somehow. I could glue a breadboard on the back, I guess, or something. Hey, not bad. Alright. Let's disconnect. Make some room. I'm not going to do any more on this. Because at this point, you would just be watching me asking AI to write code for me. Which isn't very interesting. So, let's tidy up a little bit. Hey, how's it going? Thanks for joining. No, you've just missed the minimap demonstration. At least it's working. Don't really know how I'm gonna arrange all this though. This needs to be separate because it's going to be in the back of a Spectrum. This will be just sitting there. Maybe I will solder, if I find time, I'll hard solder it all to a Vera board for that demonstration. And then this is probably going to need some longer wires. And I'll probably wire it from the back, which would be a bit nicer to stick it on the screen. I should probably take spares too. Alright, let's make some room. By the way, well done. I'm just going to switch you over to a macro lens. Well done everyone who said that this board was cracked. You were absolutely right. This is a little cheap circuit board. Project box. I suppose it could only really house the Pico and the level shifter. The screen's got to be up on the screen. I could stick the whole box. I could stick the whole box to something near the screen, I guess, and have all the gubbins inside, and then just a ribbon cable going to the board. That could be a good way of doing it. Yeah, this is a little SMPS power supply that I had, and yeah, it was cracked. I don't know how I didn't see that it was cracked when I was first started looking at it. And that was kind of obviously what was wrong with it. I kind of want to salvage the bits off it though. Look at this crap wire that they used. I don't know, I like just salvaging bits and having bits in a bits bag. What is an SRBP board? What does that mean? I think I've got memories of Big Clive putting that type of wire under on top of a lighter. Come on, Vice. Oh, okay. I don't know much about the manufacturing techniques, to be honest with you. I've just upset my Vice. Sorry, fellas, hang on. Okay, that's tightening up a bit more. You think we can get some of these bits off? Maybe this fuse. I left my soldering iron on all night last night. I don't recommend that. Hoping I can just melt these joints and I can nick this fuse. Lovely, I like that, thank you. Capacitor won't get too hot. The tip's had a... It's had a good run. Seems to be transferring heat pretty well. What I don't have is tip tinner. Suppose I could just dip it in a load of flux. What I never bother with is a little daft damp towel thing. Mm-mm. 10 days. Was that a soldering iron? Yeah, I've got brass wool here that I'm dipping it in. The plating is cracked. Let me have a look. Where are you looking there? You're looking at like that bit there. Yeah, I don't know, it seems to be holding up. Can I focus it up here? No, my camera doesn't want to focus. That's very annoying. Aha. Tell me what you think. These wires are useful for the repair cafe at least. I don't even know if these components are going to be any good. Who is it? JWCO. Anyone know anything about this brand? I did test them when I was figuring out what was wrong with the thing, and they weren't too far out. Capacitors, I like that. What about the optocoupler? I think I'll have that too. That might be fun to play with. Can I melt both of the pins at the same time? This isn't going to be a good angle, sorry. No, I'm not getting it. Oh, that's one side out. That's good. Optocoupler. Lovely. Another capacitor coming out. Okay, here's another one. Let's have a look. E-ray. What do you think? Is it real? I think it's real. Do we try and fail it on purpose and see if it fails right? See, it's not all bad. Hey, he's out. There he is. My camera's doing a very bad job of focusing. Come on, dude. There he is. Real-ish. How could I fail that? That would be fun. It's probably rated too high for me to fail it. Couple of big fat diodes. I could pinch them. Cheers, Ian. Thanks for stopping in. Take care. It's nice doing this when you don't care about damaging the PCB. Yay, subscriber! Thanks for subscribing and testing the alerts. Finally, I've got half of the diode out. Okay, Schottky diode recovered. Was that a YouTube subscription? Oh, it was Mr. Urban Venture. Hey, thank you for subscribing. Wow, congratulations on being my first subscriber, and you can enjoy the emotes that I spent hours yesterday doing in a rush when I realized that Twitch has actually opened up the old emotes for everyone, even the punters. To be honest, I'm not really doing what I intended here. I've just started salvaging parts off this thing. Nice. They work. Fantastic. Fair use, right? I'm calling it fair use. There's another part rescued. I got a feeling that this actual power supply IC is going to be a bit more difficult to get off. Oops. We've done alright there for nicking bits off there. I'm not going to try and get the coil off it today. It's a bit too heavy duty. Right. Maybe we should try and fix something a bit more interesting. Let me switch you back over to the wide angle. There you go. Okay, so what we're going to do. Got a big pile of computers to fix down here. Maybe we could start with one of them. How we go? Wish I thought a better camera on here that is better with the focus tracking. Look at this. Quite slow. Let's have a look in the big pile of boxes. Couple of boards down there. Apologies, I didn't bring the webcam over. Here we go. Thanks, Julian. Yep, I'm still getting used to swinging this thing around. Here it is. It's directional at the moment, although you can have it coming from all directions. All right. So, what's wrong with my overhead camera? Give it something. All right. Overhead camera is back. I can switch you over. Like so. I am sort of used to having the old lapel microphone on as well, which isn't the case anymore. I do have this guy, which I've started looking at, and you'll notice that I've pulled all the chips out. The chips are here. And the reason is it's got trace damage. Let's bring the microscope down for this. We're gonna need to have a closer look. This one, it definitely had patches on when I first opened it. Alright, we should now have a microscope feed. See? Yes. There's our microscope. Yeah, they're not much of a fan of these sockets either. And there was a patch. There was a patch around the ROM. I think we're gonna have to take the sockets out to find exactly what it was patching. I did take a picture. Let me just have a quick look-see. It was a while ago now. Quite hard to find a picture of a particular circuit board when your gallery's just full of pictures of circuit boards. It's not making itself known to me. What did I do with this picture? It could be that I'm just using the... Oh, I was filming it, that's right. I was filming it. So, that's alright. I think our job today is basically to get these sockets out for now. And we'll take it from there. Ah, actually I can see. Now where's that gone? I saw a joint that had solder in it. God, is it just fallen out? No, it's that one there. Yeah, this one. There. That's the one that was patched. I don't know why. I wonder if there's continuity. Let me get the scope. Okay, you probably can't hear the beeps. No, I guess not. Basically, it's... there is continuity to that pin, which is a bit strange. I don't know why they would have patched it in that case. Interesting. Right, well, I'm going to put new sockets in all around. So, let's fire up the Moo gun. Hmm. Not going to be much use having the microscope as a second view, is it really? Let's just go overhead. I'll turn the scope off for now. We might need it in a bit if we start investigating. And I think I'm going to run around and start with a ROM socket and add a bit of solder to these joints. Now, this is a bit embarrassing. I couldn't order the solder I wanted in the RS order, so all I've got left is this one, which is extremely thin. This is like 0.3, I think. Yeah, 0.3 mil. So I'm going to have to feed in about an inch of this every time I want to blow a joint, but it slips through the gaps. I'm hoping by adding a bit of this, it's all going to behave itself and let me clear the joints nice and easily. Yep, 0.7. I've just finished my 0.7 and I ordered the exact same one, and RS won't deliver leaded solder to non-business customers. I don't know if that's a new thing. I guess it must be. I guess it must be a new thing. But I've ordered some off eBay anyway, loads of it, about 100 meters of it, which is on its way. Okay. Mugun coming out. That's really noisy, sorry about that. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, okay. I was a bit hasty there with the trigger, hang on. Yeah, I don't know why. I didn't really read the detailed information, to be honest, that they sent me. I just got annoyed and closed it. Oh, these are good sockets. I've lost a leg already. I'm not convinced that is running very well. I think I'm going to try and clean it. I had a big, long bit of wire for that purpose. Maybe I can use this one. Let's see. Sounds a bit better. Bag of spanners. Yeah, sorry, I didn't put a parental guidance on this. I think this Spectrum needs a lot of love. When I first opened it, I just saw that it had patch wires and thought, okay, time for some new sockets on this and let's inspect everything. Music's still going. Yeah, it is. Okay. Hey, Hbox, I totally missed your message there. Welcome in. Thanks for joining. We've done our bit of developing and debugging the interface we've been working on to a point. And now I've moved on to repairing. So this is one of the computers which came in the charity box. And I desperately need to get through that and get everything sold on. And I've done a bunch of interface ones ready. I wanted to get the micro drives fixed as well to sell them all together. For now, let's get this computer up and running. That's strange. I wonder why that's happened. Yes, maybe I don't know, was it the power socket or something making it intermittent? Okay. So we now need to go around waggling, making sure these pins are free. This should be fairly painless because these flimsy legs don't really hang on like IC legs do, although they do tend to break off. I've lost 2 already. I do think that maybe if... No, I've lost another one. Yeah, pin waggling's not so great. Maybe if I had better technique with the solder gun, this would come out first try, but does that ever happen? I don't know. I should get the hand pump out anyway. Let's finish our first round of waggling. They're generally feeling pretty free. Yeah, I don't think it's going to put up too much of a fight. Can I get my nail under it? Sorry, I keep sniffing. That's not very nice. I can't really get my nail under there. Maybe this one. Okay, I'm under it. I can give it a gentle pull now while... Oh, there we are. One side's come out. So which pins aren't moving when I waggle it? Just this one, really. Hey, it's out. Okay, one down. So you can see here. Where the patch was. There's a big lump of solder there. And yeah, I think they'd actually tried to solder to the leg of the chip as well. Anyway, that's out. I think I see some pad damage. Maybe? Continuity check it. No. No, it's good. It's good. Good. It's all okay. I can't see any breaks. I go around them all just to be sure. At least on the top side, so. Beep. I'll do the beep effects for you. Beep. 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 Is that damaged? No, it's not. Beep. Beep. And that's a beep. Okay, I'd say the ROM socket looks pretty good. So let's move on and get the CPU socket out, shall we? I can see something funny going on here. Not doesn't look fantastic, that. Here as well. Okay, let's get that out. And power up the Moo gun again. Yeah, it does look a bit ropey around the CPU socket. I don't think I plugged this in just to see what it does. Oh, maybe someone was just trying to fix it with that patch. This has been, I mean, I think this solder will come out without me adding more to it. Because I think that's definitely been reworked. There's flux all over it. I'm just getting up to temperature. Okay, let's try. Nice and melty. Moo. At least it's behaving itself. Is anyone watching Eurovision tonight? Let's see how Sam gets on. Oh, but it's one of us. Our entry. Have you seen who's singing for us? Yeah, I don't have a TV license either. I was hoping there'd be a stream somewhere. Yeah, I agree with all that, but I'm just dead curious to see how he does, because yeah, I've always followed him. Have we ever had? I know we've had. I remember nil pois, that happened. Has it happened again? Yeah, it's not the best, but it was a gift from Lee. So I'm pleased to have it. I think those Hako ones look good, but they're very expensive. And I did just drop a lot of money on all this setup. For a very long time, I just went on with the hand pump. This is going to drop out. I can see the pins moving. Wow, that's never happened to me before. Straight out. Magical. Oh, this is a bit ropey. Oof. Dear. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, here we go. I'm just gonna go around like before. Oh, yeah, you can have him in the picture-in-picture. That's nice. Oh, beep. 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 That doesn't look good. But I don't think we're meant to have continuity there. So whatever has happened there shouldn't be a problem. Beep, beep. These look like scripts or something. Beep, 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 beep. And that looks a bit ropey, but it's beeping. That's beeping. Yeah. Yeah, good. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Good. Okay, everything on that side is connected at least. Oh, you had a drill bit in it trying to clear it. Ah. I think I prefer using the old wire method that you told me about. Okay. That doesn't look fantastic, but it's beeping and it's not shorted to that. Same goes for that. That's been scraped, but it's beeping and it's not shorted. Same for that. That's good. That's good. That's good. 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 Looking good, looking good, looking good. No problems there. This was the one that looked a bit rough, but it's okay, and it's not shorted to that one. All beeping good. Hopefully no shorts. Not yet. No, it's fine. I should have a look under here though, what's going on there. That's okay. Somehow that's okay. I don't know what the trick of the light is there with this trace. But it is connected. Should we zoom down? Okay, I think I see now. Yeah, I'll turn the light off, I can see. It's not too bad. That's all fine. Why is there solder in there? You just look on the other side. No, the other side looks okay. Don't know why there's solder in that. Look at the state of this here. Ugh. Let's just have a quick run up the middle. That's just more solder, isn't it, that's leaked over, I think. I could touch the tip. No, I can't. Can't reach. Hang on a minute. Here we go. Couldn't reach my soldering iron over because I've suspended it. Is it on? It is on. Why doesn't that want to melt? What is that? Maybe that's not solder. Maybe that's just like mangled PCB. Give it a poke. Yeah, I can see the rest of the joint there. It's been mangled in by something. Anyway, it's not going to cause us any problems, I don't think. I expect. Can we see it, do you think? Can we see down through the core of that joint? Should be intact. Well, anyway. Zoom back out a little bit. So, not much to report there. These 3 sockets have also been added up here since it was built. can see something's being soldered onto that too. I'm thinking I'll remove those as well. The ULA socket, however, is original. I don't recognise this A, but it doesn't look like it's been reworked, is what I'm saying, from the solder on the back. Reckon I can get away with leaving that as is. Why are the keyboard sockets always so wonky and trash? Nice clean modulator. I like it when there's no rust. Alright. So that all looks a bit rough, but I think it's all going to work. I don't see any breaks around the ROM socket either. I'm not too concerned about that. All the upper RAM chips are soldered in. So no reason to take those out yet. Same for the lower RAM. And no one's prized anything, these capacitors are all straight. Alright, let's keep going. We'll remove these 3 sockets. Try and keep on top of staying tidy, at least a little bit. Check this out. I had some stickers made to give away. People like stickers. And I'll take these to Retrofest. I wish they hadn't given me them on 4x1 though. I'm gonna have to try and cut very, very carefully down in between them and make a pile to hand out. Come on, Daisy. Okay, here we go. I just noticed something horrendous. Look at these links. That's interesting, isn't it? 3, 4, I need to remember what the story is with those. These say 3, which makes me think 3 is right. Why does that look so garbage? I can't believe that would have been done in the factory. Interesting. Okay, let's get these out. I'm gonna need to give this a clean as well. I don't have a fancy ultrasonic cleaner. I'll just go with a toothbrush. don't think that one's free. Either that or this gun started to jam. Yeah, definitely one in. No, they're going to need a waggle, actually. Let's put a bit more in here manually with this super thin solder. Oh, I completely missed one. That looks better. Let's try and give them a waggle then. Make sure everything's... These pins have got a bit more backbone than the other ones. I'm always conscious of doing this on boards that have had a lot of rework too. The joints can only take so much. And then they just start to disintegrate. Okay, 1/2 is free, whoops. It's out. Okay, I'm just going to go straight into the next one. It doesn't look too bad under there. Let's get the next one out. Have I just found a short? Where's my finger? There. That looks... In the natural light, that looks like a short. Let's have a look. Give it a beep test. Of course, it maybe should be shorted, but no. It's not. Oh, worth checking. So let's get this one out. Yep, this one out. I'm a bit worried now that I'm not going to have the right sockets to put in here. I was running a bit low on some. I guess we'll see. Oh, lost a leg. Probably means my solder gun's inhaled a leg. Okay. Oh, it's pretty free already. I think it's just that one where the leg broke off. I just heat that, it should come out. There's another stuck one here. on, give it up. Okay, we're out. We lost 2 pins that time. That's alright, we can work with that. I'll have to clear this one manually. Doesn't want to clear. There we go. Fantastic. I am getting little bits of solder crap everywhere. Having a quick look. Yeah, I think we're alright. Nothing concerning under there. Just this one to come out now. Here we go. Which one? This one. We'll have a look together under the scope. Once I've got this out, you can shout if you see anything. That one didn't give it up. All but one. Going on with my iron? Thank you. This little solder is a nightmare. Okay, that looks good. It's not far off. It's out. Alright, that's all the suspected sockets out. Let's take a look-see. So this is the top one. IC25. We might as well go over with the beeper. I made an emoji for that. Is there anyone else with a fluke meter emoji? I wonder. This is beeping, by the way. That's not because you don't want it to beep. Yeah, that's right. Ah, okay. Ding dong. Let's go down. Where are we? Up here. I think we found our problem. Hey, that's the one. Thank you. I should make that transparent background, shouldn't I? It's dead, Jim. Oh dear. I should try and snip that off before it goes rogue. Bear with me. To see how loose it really is. Probably isn't going to go rogue, but let's just... Let's just try and tidy it up a little bit. Some kind of positive action. Doesn't help that these are misaligned a bit. Maybe I can just waggle it off, or is that going to do more damage than good? Starting to feel like this wasn't necessary. Yeah, these snips aren't quite as good as they once were. Okay, I'll go with that. So that's an obvious trace problem. I assume that this is meant to join here. And where does this go? This one. Yeah. Which is the Z80 socket pin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So where does pin 6 of the Z80 connect to on an issue 3? We can take a look at the schematic. ZX Spectrum schematics. I said 6, didn't I? Pin 6 is clock. Oh, that's important. That can't be right. Was it clock? No. Just a second. Oh, maybe it is. Clock goes to... There's pin 6. Goes to TR3. TR3 is over here. If I just probe from around TR3 to breakers, is this fire? Yeah, that's beeping. And this then beep to pin 6, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Yeah, that confirms that then, so we need to join that to that. I'll do that. Yep, so that confirms that. So sorry, we need to join this to this. But I'll do it on the underside of the board rather than doing it on the top. And then I was just looking at this. That looks like it once maybe went over here somewhere, do you think? I'm not sure. What is that? That's IC3 pin IC3 pin 15. So IC3 is going to be one of these. Ah, pin 15 is just grounded. So if I just check that to ground, yeah, it's fine. Okay, we got one patch to make. And I'm going to write that down actually. So it's pin 6, the CPU, to the via under IC3. Okay, I think we can manage that, hey? I can turn off the Moo gun now and make a bit of room. And the next job, I guess, will be to put a socket in. Let's do that patch first. So I'll put a socket in the CPU, and then we'll patch from there to that via. I'm just rummaging for sockets. Aha! There's some new sockets. Let me in, let me in. Alright, that's a 40 pin socket. That'll go in there nicely. Bring you a bit closer in for this. Sorry, a bit of a roller coaster. Let's just bend these pins just enough so it just about stays put. Focus, please. Thank you. I'm gonna have to solder this in with this stupid thin solder wire, but okay, here we go. I hate RS. Why couldn't they send me what I wanted? Let's make sure that's flush and neat. And same with this corner. How are we looking? That's fine for me. You got a pip in a pip, you don't need a pip. There we go. Let's go. I'm suspicious of this solder tip now. Every time it doesn't transfer heat, I'm thinking, oh, maybe it's time to retire this tip. Don't know if I have another one like this though, and this has been wonderful. I'm wondering if using the thin wire makes it trickier just to get things going initially, because you don't get much contact between the wire and the tip. It will be nice to have this one fixed. I think could be the last 48k in the pile. It'll still need a service. Capacitors and everything. Hey Peter, thanks for joining. How's it going? You've caught us mid Speccy repair. We've found a broken trace, which is good news. It was worthwhile taking all these sockets out. And we're just replacing sockets now with new sockets, obviously. And I'm cursing this thin solder wire. I don't have a good size solder wire at the minute because RS wouldn't send me any. Yeah, hot soldering action on a Saturday afternoon. That's what you get here. It's taken a bit longer than it normally would. But we're going to get there. And hopefully we'll be playing games on this fairly shortly. Depending what else is wrong with it. It's had so much rework done. It makes me think something dreadful has happened to it. That little charity drive we were doing, we're up to about 600 odd pounds now, which is good. I did have a arbitrary target of £1,000 for that. I think we'll easily manage because I've got so much more stuff to sell. I'm just juggling it with a lot of work at the minute on my normal job and trying to get ready for Retrofest in a couple of weeks. And just trying to continue normal life stuff as well at the same time. Oh, it's painful with this this solder. I don't know when my new reels are supposed to arrive. I do feel a bit over busy. It makes me wonder how people manage with kids thrown in the mix as well. And I need to mow the bloody lawn. That's a constant shadow looming over me. But I'm home alone today, so I can play with these bits instead. Is what we like to do, getting through the to-do pile. My main complaint is when you've got lots of jobs on, lots of things to fix and move on, it means I have a big pile of computers in my office. I don't like having a big pile of computers. It ruins my minimalist, clean aspirations for this room. I do have a toast rack in. Someone sent me for a repair job. I know that needs some heavy trace work, but I'm going to do that offline, I think, so I can take a bit more care with it, because it's someone's baby. I don't want to make a mistake because I'm juggling the stream at the same time on something like that. I don't mind with this one. If I bodge something, I can unbodge it. It was a freebie and it's just going to a charity pot in the end. Okay. So our Z80 socket is in place and it's going to need a clock. So I need to find the enameled wire. What have I done with that then, everyone? Any ideas? Be right back. Oh dear, the enameled wire's not showing up. Where could that be? Ah, I found it. This'll do. So we need a length. Unfortunately, the trace between the clock and this is quite long. I don't really want to bridge it. Oh, should I? Should I just bridge it over here with a tiny bit? I'm not sure, to be honest, because at least with the enameled wire, if something goes wrong with it, you know where it is and you can easily replace it. Maybe I need to do a vote on this. Let me flip over to the microscope. So the options are to just try and bridge across there with a tiny piece, which will be fiddly, but we can do it. Or to do a really long piece, which would go from here to here, along there. Should be a couple of inches long. It's just going to look like this. I don't think that's the end of the world. Maybe if I was doing the short patch, I would resin it in, but I don't have any resin I can cure. I'm just going to go the safe way and do it like this. Should I be able to burn the enamel off the end of this with some solder on an iron tip? Because I always scrape it off manually, you know, with a scalpel, and it's always a pain. Let me try it. Should we have a look? Let's just do an experiment. Got a bit of solder on the tip. Sorry. If I just stick this in there. Is that what you meant to do? Was that meant to make it come off? I don't know if it's doing it or not. And that's pretty hot. I'm not totally convinced. More solder, maybe? Yeah, I know. I agree, Frank. I'm going to scrape it, but I thought you should be able to just do that with the solder. I've always done the scrape method myself. Let's cut that bit off. Let's do a scrape, eh? It's fiddly though doing this, I have to say. Never quite get the light right to see if I've done a good job. Just look at this under the scope. Focusing. It's easy enough to scrape it off, but the problem I have is like trying to rotate it to make sure I've scraped off all around it. I think that's not looking... You see, I thought that was alright, but I've missed that whole side. That'll do for one side. So let's just measure a bit. We're looking to go from here to about there. I'll go around and I'll go around a bit like that. So I'm cutting it about there. And we scrape again. If I had a perfectly straight piece of wire here, it would be easy to rotate. But it always bends. We okay with that? How's that looking? Oh, no, this side. I think we're okay. So that's good. However, bit close there, sorry. The via which we're going for this patch over here is, I believe it's that one next to the third pin up. Let me just double check. Here. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 pins up and just in. And that'll be on the left as we flip it. So here. We need to solder into here. Means I need to do a bit of scraping around here to reveal some copper. It should bond to the middle of the board where this joint is, but I want it to look good as well. Alright. Almost perfect. Very nice. I'm gonna start with putting the patch wire in on the Z80 side. So that's pin 6. Oh, that's a good idea. Like a little blowtorchy lighter thing. Don't have any lighters. Well, no, we've got. I lie. We've got a couple of basic ones just for incense and stuff like that. I'm gonna flip this over. So pin 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Starting here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's good. And we're going in to this freshly scraped one here. Maybe could have scraped a little bit more off, but hey ho. Look at my thin solder wire, how stupid. Quite hard to get it going, you know. That looks crap. Hang on. Oh, it's just wicked it all up. Stop it. I think I might have put that wire in a bit too far. Wow, that's frustrating, isn't it? I'm gonna need some extra flux on this. we've got a bit of solder in the joint there now. That's good. Ha! I've cleaned it again. Is that because I've put it in too far? I didn't scrape much off it, to be fair. Maybe I can fill it first and then poke it in. Alright, that's good, I think. The bloody wire just makes it... I have experienced this before. I need to clean this tip. What do I need here, guys? Do I need extra flux? Can blob a bit on. Might help. The wires come, let's lift it out. Well, that joint's nicely filled now, so maybe it's going to go in. It's in. I have got some in that adjacent joint now. Okay. And this one. Okay, patch made. And I should have enough slack in that to run it where I want it. Tweezers. Tweezers, there we go. Good. It's a little bit wiggly, but there we go. So let's check out our continuity now. We should have continuity from pin 6 of the Z80 socket, which is this one, to TR3. And we do. And hopefully we haven't introduced any shorts. No. No, that's all fine. Nice one. Alright, we've got another few sockets to put in next. See if I can find some new sockets. Aha! So this will do for our ROM. And we have inspected around the ROM and didn't see any more trace damage. Alright, let's go. Where's my solder gone? There it is. Make sure it's nice and flat. I'm dead excited about going to Retrofest this year. I really hope, or this month, I really hope I can get this minimap demo working correctly. It's almost in a state where I suppose you could show it, but I think it could be a lot better. Because we're a bit short on space at the event, I don't know if I'll take anything else. I guess I could take some extra stuff and shove it under the table if it's full. And maybe do a rotation. I don't know what else I could bring that's that interesting really. I could bring the logic analyzer, that's quite fun. And it's a geeky enough space for people to appreciate that. But last year I tried to take it, and my laptop wasn't playing with it, so I had to give up on the idea. I think it's a very niche thing anyway to show, even at a niche event. Oh, it's tanking it down outside. That's lovely for me. I like working away when it's tanking it down. Although my girlfriend's outdoors at the minute, which isn't too good for her. Hopefully just one patch to make on this then. I've had some nightmares in the past with, you know, a dozen patches or so. They're normally the ones that people have had a crack at before sending me. Happens more often than I'd like. I'm tempted, Frank, to check out those silicon wires, but I've got probably 50 meters of enamel here to get through. I don't like throwing stuff away. I like it when you see repairs where people have used wires that you could jumpstart a car with for these kind of patches. It's satisfying to undo all that work and do it nicely with proper patch wires. And do a before and after. I have no idea if this is going to work first time or not. We're not too far away from testing it though. And what do you do, Pete, with the enamelled wire? How do you clean the ends off? Do you scrape? Why did my microscope just turn off? Is the battery dead? Oh no, dying but not dead. Okay, that's the ROM socket back in. Oh, with guitars. Will you not I suppose you wouldn't use Carnal wire, would you? Right. Don't mention guitars. I keep looking at guitars these days. I keep browsing. I want a 6-string. But I can't justify it. Oh, lovely, that fits. Okay, that's good. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't. Oh, bollocks. Now, I need... These are 18s. I think I need 16s, which might be the ones I'm struggling for. Which could be bad news. I do have a parcel here from Retrolium, which is a good sign. Maybe I thought ahead and ordered some. Imagine me doing some forward thinking. Aha! It looks very positive. Yeah, I could solder it straight in. You're right, but I do try and always put a socket in case I bollock mostly in case I bollock something up in the process, but also for future gyms. Fantastic. Yes, we're away. Let's go. Get these last sockets in. This is the socket with the patch under, so let's be careful not to mess that up for all that effort. Oh, it's really tipping it down outside. My chili plants are going to be complaining. They've had loads of nice sunlight recently. I do need to sort out the eco that's in there running the temperature station, because it crashed. Must be leaking memory or something, it just gave up, so I think it's time to upgrade it and have it write to a cloud somewhere instead of a local file. And then I'll be able to access it from anywhere as well, rather than having to be at home on the local network. Alright, this is where I need to be careful. I don't want to scuff up the patch. Alright, that's good. But my cat's not outside. I did lock her out earlier because she brought a mouse in last night, and then she appeared to still be out hunting, so I locked the flap. I think she's calmed down since. I think she's lost her bloodlust. Oh, I hate this. Oh, how many cats do you have? Surprised she's not in asking for dinner as well, to be honest. Oh, give me back my 0.7mm wire. That's good enough. 4 cats, that's a handful, gosh. Yeah, I wouldn't like to have outdoor cats at a main road. We've got a train line that goes over the back, but I do feel like if a cat is going to get hit by a train, it must want to be hit by a train. Saying that, I did have a cat go missing, so who knows. Okay, next socket. It's quite a busy neighbourhood here for cats. And of course we don't know what any of their real names are, so we name them all ourselves. We had named one of the neighbourhood cats Daisy. And turns out its name is Derek. So we got the first letter right, at least. Who calls a cat Derek? Kevin. Cats are getting human names now, I guess. This socket feels a bit funny. You can't get a close look at this cat because if you go near him, he batters you. That's funny. That's a nice set of names. They're proper cat names. My cat's called Mia. And that was originally from Mrs. Mia Wallace. But it also works as a meow as well, I guess. And it was... I rescued her and her mum, and her mum ran away. Don't know what happened to her. She was just gone one day. No sign of anything. Never found her. I wonder if she was stolen. It was nice having two cats, and they kept each other busy, but as Mia got older, 'cause she was the kitten, they just got hostile to each other and started battering each other. I just realised that I started filming this repair for a video, and now I've finished it on the stream. I could splice in clips from the stream, I guess. I think people are too picky about that. I also remembered that I can record the output of this mixer while I'm doing this. And that would give me a nice little stock of footage to use in a video on this. Jules and Vincent are fantastic cat names. Absolutely fantastic. Okay, another socket in, one more to go. Let's plow on. Yeah, these sockets feel a bit funny. They feel like there's something underneath them, like they're rolling on something, but it's just the sort of profile of them. It got me worried that there was something. I was soldering it on top of a bit of debris or something. Check this out, by the way. I always wanted the scope with a HDMI capture. And I've got it. Takes a long time to start up though, this thing. I thought it was broken initially because this is a used one. I wanted to save a little bit of money at least. And all the relays click at once while it's starting up. It scared the hell out of me. I thought it's all gone wrong in the first startup. So he's still starting up. There we go. How can a scope take so long to initialize? But I think I need a training course on how to use this properly. Because it's very capable, and I'm not very capable, so I'd like to get the maximum out of it. I thought, hey, it's got a logic analyzer on the front, that could be useful. It is Android, I know that because of the touchscreen. And you have to buy the logic analyzer probe separately that go into the big, huge connector on the front. And they cost about the same as the bloody scope again, the probes. Which is outrageous. I'd love to get the maximum out of it, because I'm dead clumsy with it when I'm using it. You know, like, if I'm setting up the scaling, I've only just realised it says it in the bottom left where the 1 is. So if I was doing 5V logic, I'd set it to 1. And then just adjust it so, you know, the ground's down there. But then, can I copy that to the other channels, or do I have to do them manually as well, like this? I suppose it gets pretty... I suppose you get pretty slick with it. You know, once you know exactly where you're going. I do find this is a lot easier to use than the old one I had, the cheaper one. Yeah, anyway. I have had all 4 channels running on it while I was debugging the SPI to the TFT, the LCD, no, TFT screen I was messing with earlier. But because of, I don't know why, but when I had the probes on, I think I was basically putting antennas all over the bloody breadboard, and everything stopped working correctly with the probes on. But I was able to get just enough out of it to know that my serial data was being sent, and it was just a timing problem. The touchscreen is really nice on it too. And the trigger has so many options. I almost get impatient because when I'm getting the oscilloscope out, it's normally because I'm in a stress about something. I don't know why it's not working. And I don't have the patience to sit and configure everything before hooking it up, which probably means I just need to take a minute and have a cup of tea and come back to it, I suppose, more than saying anything about the scope. Alright, we're all socketed up again. That's looking a bit more healthy to me. I think I'm going to go straight in with resistance measurements. And we're going ground to the voltage supplies. So -5 is in the mega ohms, that's good. 12 volts is probably alright, 2.6k, 5 volts, 1.3k, okay. At that point I normally just plug in the bench supply. I'll turn my soldering iron off for the time being. And get my little special cable plugged into the power supply. what we set to 9 volts and 1.8 amps. That's a bit much. Let's just see what current this draws. 0.3 amps, that's alright with no chips in, I guess, or very few chips in. So let's start popping these back in. By the way, look at this Z80. Thought this was interesting. Moss Tech. Is that normal? I'm not sure. We'll see if it works, I guess. Yeah, these sockets are very, very wonky. I'm gonna replace them probably out of the surface. These pins don't look too great on the Z80. They're a bit... Are they oxidized? There's some blemish on him. Don't much like that. Well, it can't hurt. Let's try it. In we go. And we'll just see what current draw we're getting. Still quite low. That's good. Now this is the ROM chip that has a big splodge on it. My microscope's just died, one sec. Ah, it's not charging. Alright, well I guess my microscope doesn't like the PD charger. Have to go with a normal one. That's better. We've got some power now. As I was saying, this is the ROM chip that had a patch soldered directly to it. I think I want to tidy that up. I'll just at least melt that blob away a bit. As if keyboard socket's a good idea, actually. Something like that must exist, right? Let me get some wick. Bring you back to overhead. I'm just working down here in the bottom for a second. There we go, that's nicer. Alright, let's go ROM chip it in. I just realised that the ROM jumpers have been massacred as well. But they seem to be set right for this chip, which has snapped in nicely. Okay, we're still drawing the right sort of current. Unfortunately, we've got a suicide ULA. So if anything's going to be wrong with this, I'm going to guess it's this ULA. Let's see. Let's put the current draw up a bit, which is good, I guess. I have to get these three in the right place now. What have we got? Oh, they're all 157s. Is that right? I see 3, 25 and 26. Let's have a look. Where did my schematic go? There it is. That's not schematics. In a minute. Where's my window capture gone? Is that it? No. That'll do. So I see 3 and 4, 157s, 157s, so I guess it doesn't matter which way around I put those. Okay. Let's just shove them in. Yeah, I thought that was interesting. I don't know if it's going to behave itself. We'll find out. Should have checked the voltages, shouldn't I? Alright, current draw test. Current draw looks okay. Maybe a bit low even. 0.6. Let's go with a voltage test, hey? I'm aware that the 7805 has no heatsink on. Mine is 4.8, that's in tolerance. 7. No, 12. 12. And 5. That's looking good. Hey Alan, how's it going? Yeah man, it's only been 3 hours. And I've only spent 5 hours before that making a mini-map. I'm having a good time. We've just resocketed all these chips and fixed a trace on the back here. And everything's looking alright now, so far. We might be able to take it for a spin soon. But I'm going to put a switching regulator in because that was the wish of the person who donated all of these to charity. To do that though, I need to find a switching regulator. Should have some in here. There's one. TSR 1245. Oh, that's the one, isn't it? Alright, excuse me while I gracefully remove this regulator. Hang on. Oh no, it broke. Bringing you up. Let's remove these legs. No way my camera can focus on that. Let's bring you all the way up here. And focus. Focus, please. Focus. Thank you. One leg out. Two out. Three out. And let's clear the joints. Where's my hand pump gone? There it is. There's one. Two. Three. And stuff this in here. Is it going to stay in place while it's... No, it's not. Okay. Let's take the vise away. Please stay. Damn it. Why am I so lazy? I don't get the blue tack. There we are. I'm going to need about 3 meters of this thin solder for this. It's not bad. Let's get it flush. And try and get it roughly straight. Close enough. Sorry, we're out of focus again. I can bring you back down now anyway. We're going to need a quick composite video mod. And then we should be ready to test. Okay. Now that is a little bit wonky, but never mind. That's good. So we need to take this lid off the casing. And release these two connections on the side. Clear those joints. Hey Alan, did you buy any of those cool Soviet Speccies you found? I need 100 microfarad capacitor. There's one. I need to remember which way round the capacitor goes in. 1 second. Back over to Google for a little bit of help. I should really just commit this to memory rather than having to look it up every time. Negative goes into the casing. Positive to the board. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you very much for the reminder. One thing I haven't done as well is just saved copies of all of the schematics in case the apocalypse comes and we lose all of the Spectrum websites. Oh yes, the resistor. Drop it. Thank you. Hey. These aren't my ideal capacitors for this job. I've run out of the ones in the very small package. We can make this work though. Okay. Let's go. I keep saying this, I wish I had my good solder. Should do it. Lovely. There's me wonky snippers gone. Oh yeah. Okay. Should we take it for a spin? We place some bets if this is going to work. I can do that, you know. Maybe I should just see if I can figure out this little Twitch thing. Sorry, YouTube people, you can't join in on this, but how do you trigger a vote? I wonder. Poll? Ah, poll. Manage your poll. That would be it, wouldn't it? Create a new poll. Question. I think there's 2 of you. No, there's 4 people in Twitch. Do us a favor and test this. Will it work first time? Yes, no, and a bit. And it's gonna last for 5 minutes. Poll created, right. I'll be right back in 1 second. I'll leave that going. All right. We have 2 votes. Both for yes. Okay, so if it does work, I think nobody wins anything. Anyway, at least the polls are working. Thanks for doing that. So what do I want to do here now? I need to tidy up really, but I'll do that later. Need to plug in our composite here. Yeah. The retro tink is on, so I can change the input. No, let's put the tink on the pip and let's plug it in. I might turn off my soldering iron. Okay, here we go. Ah, that looks good, doesn't it? Are we calling that a yes? I think that's a yes. Although we should check if the upper memory is working as well, shouldn't we really? So I'm going to plug this baby in. This is... That poll's still running, isn't it? We can all cheat now. That's in there. I need a keyboard. Must have a working keyboard here somewhere. Here's one I made earlier. Okay, so let's go big screen. And we'll do your pip. Oh yeah. Nice. Okay, let's see. Might hit the current limit here, I don't know. No, we're good. Alright. RAM test's looking good. Pass. Oh, it's gone red. Hang on, we can't see. Upper RAM test failed. Oh no. IC22. I'm going to say the result of our poll is a bit. Hang on, what's happened here? Oh, it's answered itself as yes. Okay, I still need to learn something about those polls. Okay, IC22 is it? Well, let's just run it again, see if we get the same answer. I would have called that it worked first time a bit. Immediately fails the upper RAM test. Yeah, what? Hang on. 22 again, okay. What I don't understand is, it's, when I found out that it didn't work very well, I came in to put the result of the poll in and it had already chosen yes. Had I somehow preset it to a yes being the correct answer? Oh, a prediction. Okay, hang on. I'm scooting back over. Manage poll. Start a prediction. Oh. So, yeah, okay. Oh, yeah. Let's do a new one. Will IC22 be the only problem? Yes. No. Okay, you've got 30 seconds to vote on that. And I have to confirm the outcome. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. Have I pressed this button down here? I think I have. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks for that. I'm learning. I wasn't allowed any of these features until recently. Okay, then you can put your bits, not bits, channel points. Channel points. They should be called electrons. I think I said it to electrons, which I thought was hilarious. Obviously. We need to get IC22 out of this then. This is funny. Let's look at this. What's happened to the silk screen here? They look all. Oh, it's because of all the traces going under it. How am I meant to read that? Oh well, this is IC22. We need to remove that. Should we cut it out? Is that lazy? It's probably lazy. Let's get the moo gun going again. And we'll try and pull this chip out. Might be quite interesting actually, while the moo gun's warming up. Let's go back into the capture. Put this keyboard back in. If you wanted to decide if the upper RAM, which upper RAM chip is broken, you can do is you can poke, let's say we poke 0 into an upper RAM memory location. I got that syntax wrong. Poke 50,000 with 0. And then if we print the contents of 50,000, oh, I can't see it for the chat, sorry. It does say 0, you'll have to take my word for it. I'll do this. So that's 0. But if I try to poke 50,000 with 255, which should be all ones, I think, and then see what's actually being, what gets read back. Ah, 255. Okay. Well, that suggests to me that my little manual test here wouldn't actually tell us the which chip is the problem. I wonder what it is then. I wonder how it's failing. There's some other values you can test, can't you? You could do like, is it 83? An interesting one. Oh, that works. Let's try one more out of interest. Or it could be that it's a problem with a particular address range as well. It seems to be behaving itself in those tests at least. That's why we use the diagnostic ROMs anyway, because they do more clever tests than that. So anyway. Let's get back to it. And we're removing IC22. Make sure I'm doing the right one. That was fairly reluctant. What that test would give you is if one of the bits is stuck high, if one of the chips is returning a 1 when it shouldn't, you can write 0, and if you read it back you get something non-zero. And you can do the opposite test by writing 255 to it and see if you get anything less than 255 back. It would tell you that that chip is holding the value low. The only reason I'm gracefully removing this is so we can stick it in the chip tester out of interest more than anything. By the way, I haven't got my shoutouts yet configured on the stream deck. Mr. Urban, otherwise obviously I would have done one. But anyone in Twitch, there's an extremely geeky game which we love, that you can go and watch Urban Venture's channel. He's an absolute wizard on it, called Kerbal Space Program, if you don't know it. All about space flight. I'm going to need to manually get the solder out of these power and ground traces with the hand pump. I think I'd quite like to mess around with the oscilloscope a bit after this, once we've got this working. And we can look at some wiggly lines and see how things work. Although I don't know how much more time I've got, to be honest. Hey Pete, thanks for subscribing. YouTube subscription, that one, yeah. Lovely. Might not even be in the stream. Those come up on YouTube even if someone subscribes from another video. But say hi if you are here. So let's shove some more solder into this joint to make things a bit more compliant. Nice and flowy. Lovely. And this big one. Oh, I can't wait to get my new solder. At least these joints are clearing. Yeah, IC22. Couldn't demonstrate it though. I thought maybe I could write a value to upper RAM and see the wrong value come back, but it must have failed in a more interesting way. I hate this solder. Okay. Right, we're on to pin waggling now. At least with actual chips, I can waggle the pins without them snapping off. I will say these are feeling pretty rigid. I don't think this is going to come out without a fight, but let's see. It might just be chunky legs. But normally when I feel lots of resistance to the waggle, it tells me that there's solder left in the joint. And they're all moving, but they're not feeling like they want to release the chip. So I'm just applying some lift to it right now with my nail, but not a lot. And I'll continue waggling and hopefully heating one of these joints will be enough to make things all start moving. Sometimes it's just the mechanical resistance of the legs not being straight. But that's, you know, that's about as much force as you want to put on it. Otherwise, if there's just one trace left connected, one joint, you're going to lift a trace. And you're going to have a bad time. So let's just keep lifting and keep waggling. Trying to apply enough heat during a waggle to melt any remaining solder in the joint at the same time. You don't want to count on breaking any little solder dags just by applying mechanical force. Well, that is sometimes how they give up. No, it's not giving it up. Let me just inspect it. Third one up from the bottom on the right seems to be having a little bit of solder left in it. Thanks for subscribing if you're here, or if you're just watching a video, I appreciate that too. This is putting up a fight. The joints look nicely clear apart from one, which is just that one, I think. All the other ones are looking good. Maybe I can try going from the other side. Something's really hanging on because nothing is wiggling even a tiny bit when I try and lift it. It's starting to give a bit now. Yeah, I can see movement. I want to kind of show you what I'm looking at here. We just come under the microscope for a second. Focus. Some lights on. So you see how the pins are moving. That tells me that there can't be any, well, hopefully there's no solder connections still there. If there are, it means I'm moving a trace with it. But I don't think that's the case here, so I think the only thing holding this chip in right now is a bit of mechanical resistance, maybe. On these chips, on these pins, especially that one. It's not coming willingly. Which is why I'm just trying to be super careful. I'm just gonna give it a little bit more heat where I think it might be grabbing on a bit. Okay, let's flip and lift from the other side. Always suspicious of the fatter traces, the power ones. There, that's come away much easier now. Yeah, hot air is a good option. I always worry that I'm putting too much air in. Okay. Let's look at the socket. The footprint. Oh, looks good to me. I could tidy up a little bit where these little solder dags are. Just melt them in. So I think wherever I can see these little bits of solder, like the little barbs coming in, it means I didn't fully melt that joint and clear it properly. And those solder connections were snapped. I don't know if it's necessarily a good thing to have them. And this is the chip we've just removed. It's a 4532. And we can put it in a chip tester. Let me get one down. Oh, you can't see, I'm sorry. This is what I was looking at. So here's my chip tester. Stephen Vickers, little gizmo. Kindly donated to the channel by Retro Robbins. This says it's testing 4164 chips. I wonder if I can put a 4532 in. I assume you can. Might as well try it. But then I guess it's just going to fail, isn't it? Because half of these chips were dead anyway from the when they built them in the factory. Let's try it anyway. So we just plug it in like that, and we press test, and it fails immediately. I have seen some of Mendit Mark, but not a lot, to be honest. And that sounds really useful. A solder gun with long blades at the end that grips the chip legs. Interesting. One leg at a time or the whole chip? Okay, this isn't getting through the test, it's failing immediately. I don't know if that's because it's a bad chip or because this doesn't work by default with the 4532 chips, since one bank of these was always dead to begin with. Anyway, that's broken. I'll bend the legs in. The whole chip, really? That sounds really useful. Be like having a solder fountain. I need a spare upper RAM chip. I've got them. There's a bag. Hope these are upper RAM anyway. Oh, I want one of them. That's not fair. I'm going to check that out. Thanks for the tip. This is a replacement chip, so here's what should have happened. Oh, it's still not working. Hang on. And now you see it's running, it's flashing. Oh, okay. Well, maybe he could market that. You see it's running, and eventually this light will Well, solid, I hope. These are brand new chips. Takes a bit longer to run the upper RAM. I can turn off the Moo gun now and quiet that down. That's nice. The big fan on that's really loud. Still running the test. Pass. That's what we wanted to see. Now, before I do anything, I'm going to reverse the polarity again on my bench supply. Because that tester is sent to positive, and the spectrum is sent to negative. Back in its box. Okay. Feed. There's the feed. Where's my keyboard gone? Yeah. And we want the diagnostic ROM in. Okay, it's booted. That's a good start. Here we go. Lower RAM test passed. ROM test. Pass. Upper RAM fail. I didn't put it in, did I? I didn't put it in. I got a bit ahead of myself there. You all failed my test. Okay, let's get a socket, shall we? I think that was just my natural aversion to using this horrible solder I'm stuck with today. Let's go. Last bit of soldering. I've turned my... I triumphantly turned my iron off. And while that's heating up, let's solve a Rubik's Cube. I'm just messing it up. Anyone out there any good with these? Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Oh, this is a tricky one. Am I going to remember this? No! I fudged my algorithm. Okay, that's alright. I can recover it, but it's a slow solve, I'm afraid. I've forgotten a lot of my algorithms. There we go. And now the iron sort. Lovely. I must find my good Rubik's Cube. I don't know what I did with that. What's happened to the feed? Sorry guys. Must be the battery. I should get a constant plug for this camera really, shouldn't I? Okay, we're back. Thought it would have beeped at me when the battery starts going. Okay, where was I? So this will be going on eBay soon. A couple of them will. Because these are all for charity. I've got 2 services left to do, and I think this one and another one. Have I? 3. I've got 3 services to do. And then 3 machines are going to go on. And they'll be bundled with various add-ons, joystick interfaces, things like that. Games, manuals. And I know that you fetch more for everything if you sell it individually, but I don't know, I like the idea of, because it's a charity thing, selling a whole bundle to someone who can just kind of plug it in and get going with it. Sits right with me. And I get through it all more quickly. The big pile of stuff. I did think of that, and I started doing it, but it was a bit fiddly, and I gave up. I end up with a little end that gets dropped off at the end as well. I'll just be patient because I've got about a mile of hopefully decent solder coming now, which would be here next week. And I'll keep this on the side, this thin stuff, as a spare for... I don't know, what do you even use this thin solder for? Who wants this? When I bought it, I thought I'd use it for manually doing very small pins of SMD components, because I was scared of drag soldering. I don't have that fear anymore, I've overcome it. Alright. Where did I put the chip? Where did I put the chip? Did I leave it in the tester? Yeah, I did. Maybe a bit of fatigue kicking in here. Alright. That's a good question. Do you have any requests? Give me some requests. I should have it, whatever it is. It would be nice for this, a little monumental thing for this machine to finally play a game, I suppose. That would be nice for it. Might have been 30 years since this was in use. Here we go. This is looking a lot more positive. Jetpack. Alright, we can play jetpack. Jetpack is 16k, but we can play it. Looks like it's working, guys. Successful patching. Good work. I'm going to celebrate with some. Here we go. There he goes. Ha! Brilliant. Yeah, it's getting through the whole memory test, isn't it? Should we look at it again? Oh, wrong button. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Should we start with the jetpack then? Have I got it on here? No. Oh, here's a test. Hang on. We have another question. Does it have an M1 line? Meaning, will the div MMC work? No, it doesn't work. Now that could be the edge connector being dirty. But we could put a scope on it as well. Let me grab a scope. Probe. Now, I don't know if this is fine enough, the hook on this. Let's try it anyway. I've just found out what pin it is, I can never remember. Pin 27. See if I can get this round. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No chance. Now the probes do come with some little add-on-y bits. Let's have a look. Hang on. I'll just hold the pin on it, eh? I'll hold the pin on it, that'll be alright. I need a good ground though. Give me a good ground. I can't quite reach. I don't have a heat sink on it anymore. So okay, that's ground. I'm trying not to short anything out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Should have the scale set right, I think. Oh. How about that? Oh, I've pressed a button I didn't mean to press. The screen gets warm. So we do have M1 and yeah, everything's working. Hey Rudy, how's it going? We're just doing some repair work. So I reckon all that needs to happen here is I have to clean the edge connector. So, fiberglass pen to the rescue. Let's make a mess. You can use a pencil rubber for this, if you prefer. This is why I like spectrums that have been stored with an interface attached. Oh yeah, that's a good point as well. I shall. I've got a feeling this is all it's going to need. Where's my spirit gone? Nasty stuff on these fiberglass shards. Okay, let me just do a super, super quick test. Still didn't boot. I'm wondering if it's just because of the grip on it. No. Okay, you might be onto something there then. Let's just check a quick edge connector schematic. Five in from the right. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It is. M1 is getting to the edge connector. So why is... Oh. The SD card was clicked out. So... Okay, always the simple solution. Let's go then. Hey, it works. So as requested, let's find get pack. There it is. Here we go. There's not going to be any sound, I'm afraid. You probably won't be able to hear the speaker. Yay. I don't know the controls on the keyboard. Okay, Q and A, good. Got it. Now you know it by heart. You need to turn the pip off. I prefer the joystick. I'm much better with the joystick. I didn't know you could hover. I've only ever played this with the joystick. No way. Hey, it's working. I need the joystick if I'm gonna have any chance here. Give me a minute. Where is it? I found a small problem with my new streaming setup here, which is I don't have a pass-through of the HDMI feed anywhere. So I'm having to play these games looking at the capture feed, which is lagging. It's not the end of the world, but I'm just waiting for a game over. I'll just load it again. Bit a little eat. Did you really, Frank? Okay, now I have the power. I didn't get it. How about that then? How many years has this Speccy been out of action? I did complete this on stream quite a while ago. 36.7. Do you think it was dead from the factory? I think it's had some serious rework this at some point in its life. I don't know the history of it, unfortunately. I think the person who donated all the boards just was really into it and wanted to fix loads of them up, so he bought loads of parts and loads of boards, probably from eBay, I assume. It's nice to start getting through them. Give them new life. That's what it's all about. Let me in. Ooh, a diamond. Ooh, a diamond. They're not really giving me a chance. Oh. Well, hey. That's one of my one of my alert animations. Your issue 2 still works perfectly. That's pretty good going. Does it load games from audio? Because those old ULAs sometimes struggle. Has it ever gone out of tune as well? I also want to ask with the variable resistors. I think we can have a pip. in the bottom there. I don't know if this machine came in a case actually, or if it was just a board, to be honest. It might be in need of a membrane as well. The PC must have a hefty amplifier in it, I guess. It can make it loud enough. Whoops. Ear socket, yeah, fair enough. That's still what I do if I want to test audio loading, which I should probably do on this after I've serviced it. And just play the WAV file from the PC. Although I do have a good data recorder now, like a Sanyo one. It's just easy for me to plug the PC in rather than mess around getting the tape recorder out and plugging it in. This whole month I've been looking at new PCs, but I can't justify it. It's too expensive right now, especially with the cost of RAM. And I'd want to, go a bit nuts with it to make sure I'm pretty much covered for the next 10 years at least. And that's why I decided to invest in a few more gizmos to upgrade the workshop generally and the streaming quality of the streams. Lovely. These guys look like little aeroplanes. Nope. Game over. Well, that was a good victory lap. ZX Spin emulator. Oh, okay, that's a good way of doing it too. I use the Otler quite a lot for loading. The test audio loading. I think I can turn off the soldering iron now, which is nice. I'm wondering how I'm going to get these probes to clip onto pins of ICs. There are, I don't know, there's some bits that came with the scope, but nothing I think that's going to give me that kind of accurate clipping. I would like to be able to probe up various legs of this, like with logic analyzer, style clips. But these are just too chunky. There's no way. I have bought where have they gone? For this purpose, with my old scope, I did buy some of these. Yeah, so it's like a BNC probe. But they're just not going to be the same quality construction as the ones that came. So with these ones, maybe I can clip onto some smaller It's a little bit smaller. I wanted to look at that clock signal that we repaired, so I know it's working. It's a little bit smaller, but I still can't get it on. I really need, you know, like a logic analyzer sort of size. I can't work with that at all, that's no use. Any tips? Guess I could try and bend this a bit. Might make it a bit more usable. I've kind of got it on, but I don't know if it's shorting anything out. See what sort of output we get. Okay, it's working. Alright, yeah, so can put the scope on. How would I attach the magnet to the probe? Is that something you can buy? I think I need a trigger on this. Hang on. So that's the clock to the Z80 apparently. And pin, is that right? Pin 6, let's have a look. Right, it could work. My understanding was the Z80 clock is controlled by the ULA, and the ULA will pause it from time to time. When it's fetching from memory. Which it should be doing all the time. Let me look at that schematic again. Yeah, pin 6. That's what I was just wondering when I was looking at it. I can't see any pauses happening. I mean, I suppose you would have to catch it. Oh, there's one. Oh, there's one. Yeah. Ah. Isn't that nice? I don't know how you would trigger for that. I guess that's a complex trigger to set up. Could we look at a ULA memory request at the same time? No, I don't think you could. You couldn't particularly see that because there's always going to be memory stuff going on. You would see noise from the Z80 doing its refreshes and everything. But that's quite nice. See if we can catch a nice clean one. Maybe if I zoom out a bit. Yeah, there we go. We can see them now. There's one. There's one. And the Z80 doesn't know any better. Got a hell of a twang on it, hasn't it? For a clock. Is this the fancy new scope showing its resolution? Very nice. Very nice. Tons of fun to be had with that. I'm on pin 6 here on the Z80. It is going through a transistor as well. Anyway. I'm gonna scoot back over to my PC over here. So, 5 hours in, I'm going to call it a day there. I'm happy we fixed that computer and we got the minimap working. I've got a bit more work to do on that minimap though, but I've done the hard bit now. The interface is working. It draws the map. I can send data to it from the 80 mega. So all I need to do now is read the player position and draw him as a dot within the room running around. And you can keep going with it. I suppose you could include elements on the minimap like the trapdoors. You probably should do that. Then the whole thing needs to be expanded to include the other floors, because I've only done one floor of the game so far, and there's a lot more of that to do. But the engine's there, so it should be alright. So I'm going to skedaddle now. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chatting and engaging. It makes it worthwhile. And am I going to be on next week? I might be able to get on Friday. Friday afternoon, I might be able to get on for a few more hours and show you where I've got to with everything. So, thanks chaps. I'll catch you again soon. I've got a video coming out soon when I finish this minimap thing. I'll make a video on it. And if you can get down to Retrofest this year, come down and say hello. Oh, look who's back. Hiya, just wrapping up. Alright. I'm cooking tea. We're having pizzas. Thanks Pete. Thanks everyone. Take it easy. Enjoy your weekend. I'll give you the funny end video